Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. And if you're watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. Tonight, I am going to be focusing on The Wastelands by Stephen King because Kat and I are buddy reading this month. I have not started another book in tandem with this. This has been the main thing that I have been focused on. It was a super busy week. This past week, I did manage to read at least a little bit every single day. So I have made it to page 170, which means that I am right on track with where Kat and I want to be for our like little mini Dark Tower book club thing that we're doing. So I'm really happy about that. I do still plan to start some other things very soon, as long as I can like kind of get towards the end of this, because this I want to make sure I'm doing a good job on. I also have been working on my reading journal, the one that has all my stats from 2025 in it, and I am almost done with that. So after I get some good reading done tonight, I plan to work and hopefully finish that journal and have it be ready and set up for next year. So really excited about that. So please, in the comments, let me know what it is that you are reading or working on tonight. As always, this is just a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you. It is super freaking cold where I live right now. It's supposed to be down in the single digits over the next 3 days in terms of the low. Fortunately, the high is not going to be in the single digits. And I know that we were going to get that eventually because it's January. I felt very lucky that it has taken this long in January for us to get these temperatures. I knew it was coming. So I will not complain about it, although I still don't enjoy the cold. We've been getting a lot of like snow flurries and stuff, but nothing's really sticking because it's a combination of like getting flurries and then it being like slightly over freezing. Whatever. I'm not really a big fan of winter, but I told Keaton my big thing this winter is that like I remain positive and I just have things that I do inside that like make me feel good. So today, for example, on my lunch break from work, I did a workout and that was really good. And I was really proud of myself for being able to do the whole thing, even though it was really hard. And I ate dinner already. Keaton and I had Qdoba. So I'm full. I'm good. I've got my water. I'm going to refill on my water. I will remind everybody during the sprint to remain hydrated. And I'm going to go ahead and go over and see how you all are doing tonight. And Rob was the first one here. Rob says, grab a drink, grab a snack. Grab a drink, grab a snack, Rob. And you said, DNF, Something Wicked This Way Comes. What a miserable book. Stilted dialogue. I loved that book, but it's only because I am a huge Ray Bradbury stan. So I definitely understand what you mean about the dialogue. His writing style is for, I think, a very specific audience, and I don't blame anybody that doesn't relate to it. I'm not sure if you ever read The Martian Chronicles. That was my first Ray Bradbury and is still to this day like very high on the list. You said, hello, Heidi, wherever you are. I'm going to start The Husband by Holly Gramazio. Wonderful. And Alex is here. Hi, Alex. Alex says, Rob, I have 3 drinks and breakfast. She says, good morning, everyone. Yes, Alex is in Japan, and so it is morning there. So wonderful. Happy morning to you, too. And Heidi says, Rob, I was reading Shards of Earth and absolutely love it. I think you recommended it? Question mark. Rob says, Heidi, bestest space opera ever. Enjoy. I love that. And Melissa's here. Hi, Melissa. Melissa says, hi, everyone. And Rob says, hello to Alex. And Heidi says, Rob, I also DNF Something Wicked. So boring and ho-hum metaphors. We know Alex loves it. Yeah, I do. But that's okay. It doesn't bother me if somebody doesn't like Something Wicked because I don't have like a deep attachment to it. I liked it for what it was. My biggest issue with Bradbury, and I can say that as somebody who is a fan, is he does not have a good representation of women in like any of his books. All of his main characters are men or young boys. You know, he's writing pretty much kind of like from his perspective at the time because they were written in like the 1950s, and sci-fi and horror and all of that was mainly catered towards men. So there were a lot of things that could have been different. The way that he does like narratives and dialogue was very a part of the times for like sci-fi and whatnot. I think kind of like the point in which the language that we used in science fiction started to change was probably into like the 70s and 80s when it became like more modern language. The way that he writes is it's just kind of odd. The biggest example of like a huge disparity between the way that sci-fi is written now and the way that it used to be was the Moon Pool, which was written in the 1920s. That was not a Ray Bradbury, but it was like an older science fiction. It was considered like one of the masterpieces of science fiction, so I decided to read it, and I did not really care for that book at all. And the way that the language was written and the dialogue was written was so confusing. And I looked it up and I was like, why is it that books from this era are written like almost as if it wasn't modern English, even though we know that they spoke like in a similar way as us? And it was just a common thing about the writing style up until like the 1950s. I don't know why. And Mary's here. Hi, Mary. Mary says, hello, folks. And hello to you. Heidi says, what is Alex having for dinner? I had the doba. And Jamie says, hello, Alex and friends. Hi, Jamie. Happy Friday. Stina's here. Hi, Stina. Stina says, hello, Alex and chat. And Carmen's here. Hi, Carmen. Carmen says, hi, Alex and everyone. Rob says, Heidi, what was Will's parents and the bizarro cryptic conversation they had? And Kirsten's here. Hi, Kirsten. Kirsten says, happy holiday weekend Friday. Yes, in the U.S., it is a 3-day weekend for those of you who might get the day off. Unfortunately, Keaton does not get Monday off, but I do. So I have a long weekend that I am very much looking forward to. I said doing a reread of A Good Girl's Guide to Murder and trying to do some apartment cleanup. Nice. And Alex says, and Happy New Year, everyone. This is my first Alex stream for this year, so needed to say it. Yes, thank you, Alex. And I am wishing you a very Happy New Year as well. Jamie says, brr, yeah, it sucks. And Mary says, I'm reading Daikon by Samuel Hawley, historical fiction. I'm at 19%. Stina says, I'm reading Walking Practice and working on getting my calendar switched over to the fancy one I just bought. Very nice. Rob says, I am Keaton mushroom pizza. I love mushrooms on my pizza, Rob. That is one of the 2 ingredients when I was growing up that I always got on my pizza. Not counting cheese and like the tomato sauce and stuff. I just mean like as a topping. As a kid growing up, I always did pepperoni mushroom pizza. So, yeah. And Melissa says, I'm going to work on The Future by Catherine LaRue. Very nice. You said, I'm going to have rum and Coke while I read. Oh, very nice. I love that. Zach says, hi, trying to pick my next read. Zach! Okay. Zach, I'm so happy to see you because Zach sent me The Mercies. He wanted me so badly to read this book that he actually sent it to me. And I really appreciate it. I had no idea that this was the book that was coming until I opened up the package. And I told Keaton, very excited about this. I texted Kat and I was like, I will definitely read this year. I don't know exactly when. Oh, it kind of matches my sweatshirt actually, but I will definitely read this year. So it'll stay on my like little book cart here. So thank you very, very much. Jamie says, finished Artificial Condition about an hour ago, probably moving to Murder at the Vicarage. Oh, I read Murder at the Vicarage. Cool. That was my one and only Miss Marple book that I ever read from Agatha Christie. All my other ones were Hercule Poirot. And Stina says, I am with you on Bradbury's writing, Alex. Yeah. It's definitely very specific. And pacing through pages, hello. She says, hello, I'm Jen. Well, hi, Jen. She said, it's been a while since I've sprinted with you. Well, welcome back. I think the last time you were maybe working on a burgundy color scarf, LOL. Oh, that was a long time ago. Yeah, that was over a year ago. I was working on that. So very cool that you remember. You said, I'm letting the spinner wheel decide what I do tonight. Fun. Well, let us know what it is that the spinner wheel comes up with. Zach says, I really like something this way comes to. And Heidi says, Rob, I do not think I made it that far. I did not get past the lightning salesman. Oh, that's super early. You said, Rob, try Boy's Life by Robert McCammon. Oh yeah, that was one that Cliff from Cliff's Dark Gems says is like one of his favorite books that he's ever read, and I will need to read that at some point because it's very highly regarded. You said now that is a 5-star book coming of age. Oh, 5-star coming of age book and much more. Yeah, I definitely will. I plan to read that at some point in the future. Stan says, I love Bradbury's love of adjectives. Yes. I do think his writing is very descriptive, if dry. Because so that was another thing about early science fiction is it wasn't focused on necessarily the emotions of the characters. Like you weren't really meant to relate to them. Like the characters were like the vehicle for which the story, the plot was being told. So later on in the book, which I don't think you ever got there, Rob, or definitely Heidi never did, there's a monologue that the dad does, you know, kind of like while they're standing in the library, and it's kind of like talking about the nature of evil and things like that. And it's almost like he's giving a sermon, and it's not something that I emotionally connected with, but on like an intellectual level, I understood what Ray Bradbury was trying to say. So there you go. Melissa says, am also needed to put away groceries. Anne says, good evening. Good evening, Anne. Reading The House at Sugar Beach by Helen Cooper. It's her memoir and growing up in Liberia, Africa, and coming to the United States. A lot of Liberian history, which is new to me. I can definitely say I do not know any Liberian history. So that sounds very interesting. Heidi says, Alex, read Bradbury's short story All Summer in a Day. A young girl is the main character. Oh, that's nice to hear. I'm glad he had one. I think the most emotional story that I ever read from him was the novel. Oh my God. Dandelion Wine. That's what it was. And it wasn't magical. It didn't have any sci-fi. He based the premise of that book on what it was like for him growing up as a kid. And you can see a lot of that, like his love of what it meant to be a young boy in the summertime. And that one I did connect with a lot, even though I wasn't obviously a young boy in like the 19 or God, when was Dandelion Wine set anyway? I'll have to look that up, but it was a long time ago. And Zach says, the only Ray Bradbury I haven't liked was Death is a Lonely Business. That's one I haven't read yet. He said, I think that has his worst betrayal or portrayal of women. Okay. Yeah, isn't that something about like a husband and a wife are fighting and they're like trying to kill each other? Is it like the original Mr. and Mrs. Smith? I probably have that totally wrong, but that's what, for some reason, what comes to mind when I think of that title. And Angela says, hi, Alex, and hello, Sir Francis. Yes, Sir Francis, everybody, is in the house. He has his very prominent seat for everyone to see. He can look down on us all. And you said, I'll be working on finishing Theo of Golden by Alan Levi. I'm having toast and tea. Blah, I'm not feeling that well today. I'm so sorry. And you did say last time that you had spent like 5 hours in the hospital trying to get some tests done. I was hoping that you were doing better since then. I don't know if you've improved at all. And if you don't want to talk about it, that's okay. But I hope it gets better for you soon. And Stina says, I was going to go run errands, but I'm not sure I could keep the car on the road. I keep looking out the front door to make sure the other car hasn't blown away. Oh, I'm sorry. And Liz, hi Liz. Liz says, happy Friday, everyone. I'll be listening to some music while attempting cinnamon rolls from scratch. Oh, good. I love it. I want to make cinnamon rolls from scratch so bad. Keaton's a huge fan of cinnamon rolls. And Talkana's here. Hi, Talkana. And Love Him says, hello, Alex, and hello, everyone, and hello to you. Let us know your name in the comments because I don't have yours memorized. And Jamie says, it's my first Miss Marple. All right, so we're in the same boat. And Talkana says, got to finish work, then not sure what I'm going to do tonight. Well, hopefully something you want to do. And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Chris says, hello, Alex. I submitted 2 book reviews. Now I'm going to relax a bit before starting another book. That sounds awesome. Hope you relax doing something great. And Zach sending love about the Mercies. So thank you. Yeah. For anybody who wants to know, so the way that books can get to me is actually thanks to Kat. So Kat has graciously been the intermediary for getting books to me from my subscribers because, you know, my address is secretive and private and I don't like to tell people where I live. So I also want to give a huge shout out to Kat for that and say to Zach, thank you very much again for being considerate of my privacy because he knew to reach out to Kat in the first place to be like, hey, can I send a book to Alex through you? Because I know that she doesn't tell people where she lives. So that meant a lot to me. Thank you very much. And Stormy says, hi, everyone. And hi, Stormy. And Carmen says, hi to Stormy. And a hi back to Carmen. Mary says, hi, Jen, Chris, and Storm. Wait, did I call Jen Liz? Did I mess up? I probably did. And Anne says, Helen Cooper was a journalist and you can tell it by the writing style. Awesome. And Rob says, Heidi, All Summer in a Day was a great 1982 TV movie. The Martian Chronicles TV series 1980 with Rock Hudson is great too. I have never seen that. And Heidi says, my favorite Miss Marple is The Mirror Cracked. And Zach says, She Would Be King by Waiatu Moore is a good historical fantasy set in Liberia. I've never heard of that one. And a book nook is here. Hello. And they say, hello, I'm Bella. Hi, Bella. Bella says, I'll be studying, then reading Song of Achilles, then bed. Awesome. I've heard a lot of good things about A Song of Achilles, even though I have not read it myself. So hopefully you have a great time with it. And Zach says, Death is a Lonely Business by Ray Bradbury is really, really bad. Oh, a really, really bad detective story. Okay. And oh, love him. Hello, Angel. Yes, of course. They changed your name on me, Angel. So I'm sorry that I can't see that. And I did not remember if you told me that last time. It has been really difficult for me to keep track since they changed everybody's names. That's not the fault of any of you. So I'm trying to get that sorted out in my brain. And Angel says, I need to find out how to change that. I don't remember. I think somebody in the comments might know how to do that. I do not. And Stina says, a neighbor just posted a photo of all the trash bins that wound up at the end of the street. Ew. Guess we'll have to go see if ours is in the pile. Oh no. And Kirsten says, I want to be at Liz's house. Music and cinnamon rolls sound amazing. Heidi says, Rob, oh, I love Rock Hudson, so I'll try to check out the Martian Chronicles. Angela says, those are tests for finding about the pain I've had since June that I thought was a hamstring issue. Apparently, it might be something more, according to my neurosurgeon. Last one is an MRI on Tuesday. Well, my fingers are crossed for you, Angela, that it ends up being something easy and fixable. That's what I hope for you. Alrighty, everybody. Well, I will get us all squared away with our first reading sprint of the evening, which is going to be 45 minutes. And I'm going to give you all your first question. I got a lot of good ones that I've got like queued up for future sprints. So I think my first one is going to be, would you rather meet your favorite author or meet your favorite character? That'll be a fun one, fun bookish one. And Anne says, the cat woke up and is now trying to tell me he's hungry. Barker's always hungry. Angela says, thanks, Alex. I appreciate it. And you are most welcome. Wishing everybody always good health. Alrighty, everyone. I'm going to get us going the first 45-minute sprint, and I will be diving back into the wastelands. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. Alrighty, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather meet your favorite author or meet your favorite character? Very interested to see what you all had to say. In terms of my progress in the book, I made it to page 182. And I got to see another really, really cool illustration. I really like the illustrations in this version, and it was a 2-pager, so it was very, very beautiful. I'm going to go back up, and Zach says, yeah, I take privacy very seriously. You need to respect boundaries to respect people. That is so very true. Thank you. And Alex says, my favorite author already passed, but I'd love to meet him. It was Tolkien. And Swank is here. Hi, Swank. Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy World Fetish Day. Is that having a fetish for the world, or just celebrating your particular fetish? Happy Appreciated Dragon Day. Happy World Hot and Spicy Food Day. I like the hot and spicy food. Zach says, definitely favorite character. However, I'll have to think about who that might be. And Kirsten says, oh, for sure, the character. In fact, I would like to date Ravi in the book I'm reading now, but he's too young for me and also not real. The love of fictional characters. I understand that. Swing says, meet my favorite character. You can realistically meet an author. In certain cases, for sure. I think Alex makes a good point that, not in the event that they're dead. Because theoretically, in this case, you could meet somebody who is also dead. And Anne says, I would love to meet Alan Levi, who wrote Theo of Golden. I have so many theological questions about that book. Very cool. And Stina says, I'm not sure I have a favorite character or author. I have many I consider favorites, though I'm going to be greedy and say I want to meet Ursula Vernon and Digger the Wombat. I love that. Very cool. Heidi says, my favorite character is Matt Cawthon from The Wheel of Time. I wish he was a real person. I would also love to meet my favorite author, Christopher Buehlman. Well, you could theoretically meet Buehlman, maybe, right? I don't know where he lives, but maybe you'll be in a city where he tours at some point, which would be really cool. And Rob says, question, that's a tough one because hanging out with Geralt would be a blast, but he's not much for small talk. That is so true. He's not. But I also like Geralt of Rivia. He's awesome. And Nicole's here. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, hi, Alex, listening to the Book of Delights while diamond painting and trying to pick back up The Vegetarian. Very nice. And hello to chat friends. And Natalie is here. Hi, Natalie. Natalie says, hey, everybody. It's been a while since I was last able to join these sprints. Well, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. I'll be reading The Grace Year today. Awesome. Also, I really like your profile picture, Natalie. It's nice. You said, to answer the question, I think it would be an author for me. James Baldwin or Charlotte Perkins come to mind, as they're no longer with us, and I would love to pick their brains. Yeah, that's really cool. Rob saying hi to Nicole. And Kat's here. Hi, Kat. Kat says, hey, Alex and friends, I just got back from my walk and heading to the shower. And Rob giving some love to Kat as well. Melissa says, got to run. Signing into my email account for my new job is needing me to head out and deal with that. Oh, well, good luck getting that sorted. Technology is so fun. Thanks for coming. Mary says, hi, Nicole. Jamie says, I have met my favorite author, so I'll go with my favorite character. And Heidi says, Kat, I always look forward to the interesting horror films you watch. What's on deck? Liz says, Kirsten, if they turn out, I'll share the recipe. Wonderful. Talking about the cinnamon rolls. And you said, I would love to meet my favorite character, although I don't know how I'd choose. Yeah, that was the difficult thing that I was dealing with too, as I was like, I was going through like some of my 5-star reads, and I was trying to figure out like, okay, of all of the people, who would it be? And I could not come up with a single character, but I would really like to meet. God, why I am having such a bad time with names tonight. Oh, there we go. Bill Bryson, the one who wrote A Walk in the Woods. I do believe that he's still alive, although he's quite a bit older now than when he was writing a lot. he has had so many adventures in his life that I don't really want to sit and talk to him. I just want to sit and listen to him talk. I think that that would be great. And Stina says, almost finished with walking practice. Awesome. And Kirsten says, Liz, that's so sweet. I'm actually vegan, which I'm guessing these cinnamon rolls probably are not, but I'm still jealous of your perfect cinnamon rolls and music Friday night. And Alex says, I watched some YouTube in that sprint. Awesome. And Kirsten says, made it to 54% of A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Awesome. Plugging right along. And Liz is giving a smile. And Redson Lime, hello. You said, favorite character? I try not to revere people. It can tend to go so very wrong. That is also super true, which is why I'm somebody that never meets my heroes. Even if I'm given the opportunity to, it's definitely something that we've discussed before on this channel, is like whether we're the type of people that would want to meet somebody famous or not, which I guess is kind of the nice thing about, theoretically, if you don't want to meet somebody famous, meeting the fictional person that you really like might be less intimidating. So you would think I would want to go with a favorite character, but I don't have one specific person that I'd like to meet. And I also don't have necessarily a favorite author. I do have some favorites, like people I love. Like if I had to pick a dead author to meet, obviously I'd pick Terry Pratchett, which would be super cool. But I also know that he was very quirky, and I don't know what it would be like to talk to him, and I feel like I'd end up embarrassing myself. So there's that, which is why I would say it's like, okay, if I can show up and I like get to just listen to them talk about things, I would enjoy that. If I have to try to be the one to carry the conversation, although I am personable, that would stress me out. And Jamie says, it got my bedding in the wash, ran to the library to pick up my holds, and made it to chapter 5 in Murder at the Vicarage. We are a busy bee. Carmen says, I made it to 89%. I'd like to meet my favorite character. Cena says, I'm going to have to go to Bubonicon again. Now that Ursula Vernon lives in New Mexico. Did I pronounce that right? Bubonicon? I've never heard of that. And Mary says, favorite character, Kinsey from Sue Grafton's Alphabet series. Oh, dang! My mom is such a huge fan of those. She was devastated when Sue Grafton passed away and was never able to actually complete the series. Like the fact that it was the last book, the last one that she needed to write, and she did not want anybody to publish anything posthumously because like she viewed herself as the lead character in those books, and she didn't feel that anybody else could do it right because it was so personal. Oh, my mom. I felt so bad for her because she had been following that series for years. So I understand your love of that. And Kirsten says, oh, James Baldwin is a good one. And Heidi says, yes, Bewley has a new book out in October, so maybe I should check out his website at New York City. Oh, as New York City is close. You totally should, Heidi. I think that'd be so cool. It'd be great. Maybe he'll do something neat at like the Strand or something. Another bookstore I really want to go to. Also, you people near New York, if you've ever been to the Strand, I need you to tell me what it's like because it looks awesome. And Kat says, I showered. Boop, boop. Feel ready to relax, but have lots to do before Barry gets home. He's picking up sushi. Yay, sushi. Good news, Barry and his brother officially sold their mother's house. I'm so happy to hear that, Kat. They were doing so much work on that. Said act of sale finally happened. Yay! That's great. Mary says, made it to 24% in Daikon. Awesome. Angela says, my author has already since passed, but I'd be blessed and so honored to meet Theo of Golden, my new favorite character for sure. 5-star book, and I'm not even finished. I get the hype. I'm gonna have to look at what that is. You said, did you say that that's historical fiction, or did you not say? Probably also getting that mixed up with somebody else. I'm not firing on all cylinders tonight, it would appear. I'm trying though. I'm really trying. Let me look up this Theo of Golden book. Does it list? cannot immediately see what it is categorized as. So, Angela, you can let me know what the genre is. Roxanne is here. Hi, Roxanne. Roxanne says, "Hi, Alex and friends. I think I would like to meet my favorite character. I don't know who it would be. It would be a surprise for both of us." That's great. Stina says, "I met Neil Gaiman. He seemed awesome at the time." Sigh. Yeah. Yeah. I have so many sad feelings about the way that that turned out, and so do so many other people. I mean, just being a huge fan of his work, thinking that his writing is amazing. It's it's difficult because I actually haven't followed anything that has happened with him since then. I don't know if there have been any updates in I think there was a lawsuit, an official lawsuit against him, right? So, Stina, if you know what has happened with that since, feel free to enlighten me. And Alex says, "Terry Pratchett is such a good choice, but I haven't read enough of his books by him to class him as a favorite author just yet." I feel like I have. I mean, I'm only a quarter of the way through Discworld, but that's also 41 books. So I feel like I've read enough to be like, yes, I understand. Plus, I also read his collection of children's short stories as well, which was cute. It was called The Time Traveling Caveman. It wasn't my favorite of his because I'm just such a Discworld fan, but there were a couple in there that I was like, oh, those are really good. And Rob says, "We haven't heard from Sir Francis. I'm still calling him Noodles." Okay, well, that could be your nickname for him because to everybody else, his nickname is Frank. But yes, he's doing very well. He's chunky and loving his bread as always. So yes, I adore him. I want to come up with like a whole backstory for him. I think I told you all last time that my headcanon is that his export for his kingdom is wheat. And so they make the best bread in the land. I also want his favorite bread to be sourdough because it's my favorite as well. And sourdough's so good. Heidi says, "I just joined Bewley's newsletter to be on top of any touring dates." Well, good. I hope that suggestion gets you to meet him one day. That would be awesome. Kat says, "I think I'd rather meet my favorite character. However, I have many, so not sure how I could choose." Wait, no, I want to meet Paddington Bear. Oh, that would be so cute. Aw, his little raincoat. Stina says, "Yep, as in bubonic plague. It's common in New Mexico. The con's mascot is a rat." Oh, that is so fun. I love it so much. Redson Lime says, "So I'm new here. I found the stream in search. Is this a daily stream? Is there a schedule I view?" Oh, yeah. So I'm here most every Friday. And I start at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I just do my streams once a week. And then Kat from Kat's Novel Adventures, who's here in the chat with me, we also have a book club that we do once every 2 months that we meet on. It's usually the last Thursday of the second month. So we have one that's coming up in February. And for anybody who wants to read the first book for our book club in 2026, pick up your copy of The Dark Sisters. So we're starting off with a horror, which should be fun. Mary says, "Me too. I waited for each new book." Aw. And Kat says, "Mary, I'm planning to read that series this year. I have the entire series minus Z." Sad. Yeah. Alex says, "What's everyone's most read author? Talking about favorite authors made me wonder." Well, technically, my most read repeat author is Stephen King. I've read more from him than any other author. So I guess he's at the top. Although I haven't loved everything that he's written equally. I have some that I really, really enjoy and some where I was like, oh, that was just okay, but they weren't necessarily super memorable. I also feel that it's fair when somebody is super prolific to not think that everything that they did is gold, because I mean you can't hit it out of the park every time. I mean, even with Discworld, there are some of his books that I think I'm like, yeah, it was good. It wasn't a favorite or anything, but it was good. Jamie says, "Realized I didn't name my favorite author. I was running into the library. I've met Clive Barker twice." Cool. He was so nice and personable. A joy to talk to. That's so sweet. I love that, Jamie. And Mary says, "I love them. Kinsey is a great character." Kirsten says, the Strand, there are a few designated days where the rare books section up on the top floor is open. It's especially cool if you can make it there on that day. Awesome. I didn't even know that they had. Wait, now that you say that, okay, I do know that they had a special rare book section because I think they talk about that on their Instagram. I haven't checked in on them in a long time because I'm never on Instagram anymore. I should go see what they're doing. And Liz says, Kat, congrats on getting the house sold. Yeah. Angela says, literary fiction, Christian fiction. Amazing. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Mary says, hope you enjoy them, Kat. And Kat says, between the title company the buyer chose and his real estate agent, it has not been a fun time for them. No. And Anne says, the Strand bookstore is amazing. It can be a bit overwhelming the first time. They claim 483 miles of books. Yeah, I mean, Powell City of Books was pretty massive too. I mean, I was there for 4 hours and I still didn't see everything. And I ended up asking the girl at checkout. I know I said it in my video of like when I did my recap of that trip, how many employees they had. Did I say it was like 500 people total across the city? Because they had 3 different locations. And I think they also had 2 warehouses. I think she told me it was around 500, which is just crazy. It's like a huge amount of books. But yeah, the Strand is another one I really want to hit. And Nicole says, speaking of bookstores, have you been to Book Loft in Columbus, Ohio? That's the one that is the German Village bookstore, right? Where they have the, it's like all these different buildings are connected together and you walk through them. And I don't know if each building is supposed to be a different genre or like a different section, but I have heard of them. I have not gotten to go there. I have some friends that have been though, and they said it was really cool. Kat says, thanks, Liz. It's a relief. I can't wait to tell you about the demand of his real estate agent and the reason behind it. Well, you should tell me, Kat. I want to know. Sorry, that's me being like, I must know. It sounds interesting, though. Not in a good way, but like interesting informationally. And Angela says the case was dismissed against Neil Gaiman, right? I have no clue. I have not looked it up at all. I feel like it's been forever since we were talking about that too, because so Kat and I, that our first book that we ever did for the book club was Neverwhere, and all of that, like everything that was going on with him was very fresh when we talked about the book, and that was 1.5 years ago. So yeah, it's been a long time. Stina says, most read for me has to be Agatha Christie. I've read all of her mystery novels, one of her MW novels, all but 1 or 2 short stories, about half of her plays, and a fair bit of her poetry and such. I didn't even know she wrote poetry. Neat. Alex says, capybara, that's so cute. When did you get this? This was one of my Christmas presents from Keaton, because he knew that the capybara was the official mascot of the channel, and he picked out the one that has the bread. So, because I couldn't pick, I didn't know what to do, because they have the ones that had like the little tangerines, they had the ones that didn't have anything with them at all. My favorite part is just that the bread is removable. I love it so much. Like basically wear it as a hat. And Stina says, I haven't heard anything lately on Gaiman. I think we're waiting for legal actions to work their way through various courts. I honestly don't expect anything to happen with that, because burden of proof in those kinds of cases is nearly impossible to provide, which is why things just don't happen with them in like most ever. So yeah. Rob says, Strands, there, I was there a lot. Last time was 40 years ago. I picked up a first edition hardcover of Psycho for $20. Don't ask me what they go for now. That's really cool. Kat says, by the way, Alex, I'm only on page 66. Sigh. See, you're experiencing Kat, what I was experiencing with the drawing of the three, which is for whatever reason, when I started that book, I just could not focus on it. Like I would start reading it, I'd only be able to read a little bit, and I would be tired or I'd fall asleep. And then by the time I got past like the halfway point, I was able to stay focused and engaged. But yeah, the beginning of that book was such a struggle. So I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. And Jamie says, Beelman would be so fun to meet. Kirsten says, I'm calling him Bread and Jam for Francis because that's what my first favorite, or that was my first favorite book, and he's wearing a piece of bread on his head. I mean, you all can have whatever nicknames for him that you like, just as long as you know that everybody voted and his official name is Sir Francis, aka Frank. And Zach says, I chose my next book. I went for The Pining Paradox by Monica McGowan. I chose it because it will keep my streak of 100% LGBT books for the year alive. Cool. And Kat says, Alex Jasmine, One Dark Sisters. Cool. That's great. And Zach says, and I like that it's the book I chose for the most arbitrary reason. I got it because I like the haircut of one of the characters on the cover. And Kat says, Alex, mine is probably Stephen King. Yeah. And Kat says, hey to Zach. And Stina says, I wonder how those compare to Dylan's in London. I don't think it's still there, but that was where I had to buy textbooks for my London semester. It was massive. Yeah, the only bookstore I remember, I know I went into another one, but the only bookstore I remember going into when I was in London was Foyles because that was the 4-story one. And that was a really cool bookstore. I liked it a lot. And Zach says, Stephen King is my most read author too. I've read everything except his new Hansel and Gretel. I'm roughly 50-50 on good and bad for his books. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's a lot of work and so many years of work. And some of it he was drugged out of his mind. So I think it's fair to not like all of it, but to still like him as an author, you know, because Keaton is a really good way into The Stand right now. And he's at a part of the book where he's like, man, this is difficult because it's so much like point of view of just jumping from person to person that don't end up being main characters, and you're just hearing about how they die, right? And it's very dismal because he's reading the full one, not the one that was originally published that was 400 pages shorter, because I told him he should read the uncut version because that's the one that I read. And I really enjoyed that book, but I understand that not all of it is going to be great. So, you know, they take the good with the bad. And Nicole says, it's one large building that is a labyrinth-like. Oh, that's labyrinth-like. It's great. Yeah, I definitely need to go. And Stina says, Angela, I haven't heard either way. Kat says, Angela, I believe it was dismissed. Angela says, I looked it up, dismissed on October of 2025. Okay, yeah, that shows you how in the loop I was. At least we know how it ended. Stina says, Angela, thank you. Mary says, King and Grafton are my most read, possibly John Stanford Prey books. Okay. And Anne says, I went to the Brattle bookstore in Boston. That was like walking in history. And Kat says, to wear the bread or to not wear the bread? That is Frank's daily question. Maybe every week when I show up, because he'll always be right there, it will be determined like whether he has the bread or not. So some days he might be breadless and some days he may have his bread. And Zach says the case hasn't been dismissed against Neil Gaiman. There were complications because of the assaults taking place in New Zealand. That guy, by the way. Yeah. And Kat says, I just need time to read. I'm enjoying it when I can read it. Yeah. No, I am too. Yeah, I'm enjoying The Wastelands a lot. I think it's really interesting, and my favorite character is in it, and that makes me happy. And Roxanne is here. Oh, sorry, Roxanne, you were here earlier. You said, I love Dawn Books in London. If you were ever in Portugal, look for Livraria Bertrand. It was declared to be the oldest operating bookstore in the world by the Guinness Book of World Records in 2011. How old is it? I could look it up, but I don't want to like type while I'm talking to you all. So you can let me know in the comments if you like. Very neat. Well, sweet. Thank you all. That was a really nice conversation. And I will go ahead and get our next question up and another 45-minute sprint going. And my next one is going to be, would you rather have your favorite hero's powers or your favorite villain's powers? This one might also be a difficult one. So let's see what you all have to say. And Kirsten says, I appreciate Francis's willpower to just not eat the bread. Well, I wouldn't say that he hasn't eaten the bread, because I do think he ate the hole to get to the bread. And possibly with him, he may be so clumsy that once he got it over his head, he could not remove it. So that might also be a problem. Oh, Roxanne said it was founded in 1732. That is so cool. I love that. Actually, on the sprint, I'm going to look up that place. I want to see what it looks like. And Liz says, Kat, that decision is the yeast of Frank's worries. That's cute. I'll see myself out. No, that's adorable. And just for the record, anybody who wants a bread pun when talking about Francis, you are more than welcome to do that, because I think it's cute. Roxanne says he's too full to finish the bread. It's a big piece of bread. I mean, like, if you got a big old thick piece of bread that was as big as your head, I mean, you probably have a hard time finishing it too. Hey, JK, good to see you. And she says, hi, everyone. How are you all? And what are you working on? I'm doing well, thank you. And I'm reading The Wastelands. Are you working on your work in progress, JK? And Stina says, Roxanne, new bucket list item. And Kirsten laughing at Liz. All right, everybody, you have your next question up on the clock. I got 45 minutes, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather have your favorite heroes' powers or your favorite villains? That one should be a fun one. And I made it to page 196 in the Wastelands. I'm hoping that during the next sprint, I'm going to make it out of the first section of the book, book one. So it's split up between book one and book two. Book one is Jake, and book two is Lud. I do not yet know who Lud is. So that'll be cool. And JK says, yes, I'll be revising chapter 23 of my pastry chef rivals novel. Awesome. And Rob says, I'll give you bread puns if you pay me some dough. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. And Zach says, late hi to Kat. I was distracted and behind on chat. That's okay. Alex says, oh, this is a hard one too. Who even is my favorite hero and villain? I usually prefer villains, so I choose having their powers. Alex, you might enjoy this one. So I don't have a favorite hero or villain, but if I had to pick a villain from a book whose powers I would want the powers of Smaug from The Hobbit, because I want to be a big fiery dragon that also flies in the sky. So that's my answer. Alex says, doggy. Yeah, Barker made an appearance for a little bit. And Anne says, Craig Silvey is an Australian author who is charged with child exploitation. I have his book, Jasper Jones, which I liked, trying to decide if I want to dispose of it. Yeah, that's the thing, too, is like you can't feel bad for liking a work by somebody who later on you find out did something wrong, right? It's like that's the one part about separating art from the artist that I do agree with. I think if you learn something about someone, that it goes against your morals, whatever that value might be, continuing to patronize them or to pay money to them, that's very different than like having already given them money and then finding out that they did something bad. It's like the thing with Neil Gaiman, I didn't obviously we don't know like how all of this is going to play out, and I've paid a lot of money for his books in the past. I don't intend to pay any more money for books that he writes in the future, And Swank says, I've been following 3 ADHD workshops, 1 autism, 1 organizing, and 2 voiceover this week. It's been very informative, and I've learned a lot. I'm just vegging now. Awesome. And Anne says, when authors behave badly and commit horrific acts or express views that you don't agree with, how do you separate the book from the author? Yeah. That was what I was just talking about. I didn't even realize you asked that question. And Melissa says, I'm back, figured out the problem. We'll be focusing on setting up my account during the sprints today. Awesome. And Roxanne says, my favorite villain is the priest from The Knife of Never Letting Go. He doesn't have any superpowers, but every time I thought he was finally dead, he came back. So I guess invincibility. That's great. And Swing says, The Stand is my favorite king. It's a good one. Keaton's reading it like literally in the room right now behind me, and he just shouted, what the fuck is wrong with you? Because he is not a horror reader, but it's very very he said, I'm horrified, I'm normal. Heidi says, I will go with the Wheel of Time again and the healing power of the yellow Aja. Ooh, healing power sounds cool. I also really like the powers from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like being able to pick an element would be great. And I feel like my element would be air. I think I would be an airbender, even though I would want to be like water or something like that. I just feel like I'd end up being air. Alex says, and I'm pretty hardcore and dedicated when it comes to completely people who behave badly, authors, actors, as well as corporations, etc., Amazon and Starbucks. I think you're saying you cut them out, right? He said, if it happened to have a bad author's book that I bought before the truth came out, I'd either throw it away immediately or eventually read it, but not tell anyone or post it anywhere. Yeah, because that's the thing is like you already spent the money, right? They already got the money from it. You know, what you decide to do with it after the fact, it doesn't impact them. But what you choose to do with your money in the future does. You said completely dropping people. Yeah. And Swank says, mine is a tie. Villain, Catwoman, because she can communicate with animals. Hero, Aquaman, because he can communicate with animals. Oops, my ADHD is showing. And Rob says, favorite, I'll go with Saitama from One Punch Man. He can pick up oh no, the hammer that I can't pronounce and is very fast. And Stina says, just finished walking practice. Do not try to eat while reading this book. And Jamie says, my favorite protagonist doesn't view himself as a hero and technically doesn't have any powers, but he has a moral clarity and resilience that allows him to fight the supernatural and win. Well, I like that. I think that's a power in itself. And Anne says, I bought and read the Craig Silvey book before The Charge. I have never read any book. Reading to me is in wait. I purchased and read the Craig Silvey book before The Charges. I have never reading any book. Reading to me is an educational experience. I'm unfortunately, I know that was a typo. Not exactly sure what you meant. Kirsten says, did my Duolingo French lesson and at 54% of A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Very nice. Alex says, I got some editing done in that sprint. Cool. Carmen says, made it to 92%. Wonderful. Sina says, I've never really thought about having a favorite hero or villain, and now that I try to give it some thought, nobody jumps to mind. And Kat says, I'm uploading my Folklore February announcement video to YouTube. Kat, you are on a roll making videos, girl. I need to watch your Poe one, by the way. I did see it. I haven't gotten to it yet. I'm going to watch it. It will premiere on Sunday. Barry walked in with sushi. Yum! Cool. I love that. Yeah, I'm happy for you. You're back on the bandwagon. Roxanne says, I didn't fall asleep reading my boring textbook, so successful sprint. I would say so. And Carver says, can't wait, Kat. And Alex says, Smaug is a good choice. And Jamie says, lately the superpowers for my favorite hero and villain are essentially the same, the Doctor and the Master being both Time Lords, so I'll take being a Time Lord and decide later if I'm good or bad. I think that's all relative, right? Tina says, good evening, everyone, and happy Friday, and happy Friday to you as well. Jamie says, The Stand is also my favorite king. And Tina says, I also have a tendency to like morally ambiguous characters, kind of like an anti-hero thing. Jamie says, I was horrified reading it too, but it's so good. It is really good. That's why I recommended it to him. I mean, it's the same thing with The Green Mile. You know, it's a hard topic to talk about. And I think King handled it very well. And hello to you, friend. She says, separating the art from the author artist isn't about liking the art despite the artist. It's about finding meaning in the art that has nothing to do with the artist's intention or purpose. I think that's also a very fair way to say that. And Jamie says, me too, Stina. They are more interesting. Zach says, it's been about 18 years since I read The Stand. It was fine, LOL. Moon is how you spell good enough. JB says, The Stand is one of my top 3 King faves too. And you said my ideal superpowers are to bend time and space. Oh, that's cool. Kind of like being a Time Lord, yeah. Only superhuman I know with these powers is a hero. Okay. Tina says, I've been reading Anne of Green Gables and also practicing Spanish. Cool. Anne says, I have never denied reading any book. Oh, okay, got you. Reading a book is an educational experience to me. Yeah, oh, that's fair. I don't think there's any reason to deny that you read something. No, I don't think you should ever have to do that. Zach says, the moon thing was at the Stand reference. Ask Keaton about it. I don't remember what you're referencing because I realized in giving Keaton that recommendation that I'm pretty sure I read The Stand like 6 years ago. So there are things obviously about it that I remember, but a lot of the smaller details I do not. And Liz has made some hot chocolate and I'm trying to decide between doing a puzzle because I can't decide on what to read. Awesome. M-O-O-N spells Alex. Are you saying that I'm just good enough, Rob? Just good enough? Okay, I'll take it, I guess. I don't have a choice. Alrighty, everyone, we're going to go into our third sprint of the evening, which is going to be 45 minutes. And I got to pick which one I want next. Would you rather have been rewarded a lifetime worth of books or a lifetime of time to read? I'm going to edit that a little bit. There we go. There we go. Okay, so would you rather have been rewarded a lifetime worth of books or a lifetime of time to read books? I guess I could just shorten that to a lifetime to read books, but hopefully you understand what I meant. And Zach says M-O-O-N is how you spell everything in The Stand. Why am I not remembering what I'm going to have to ask Keaton about it. You're right. Because I'm like, what the heck am I not? I can't remember. I'm going to ask him. All right. You all have your next question. Got 45 minutes up on the clock. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everyone, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 211. So very, very nearly to the end and to book 2. I was literally like 3 pages away. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather have been rewarded a lifetime worth of books or a lifetime of time to read? And what I meant by this is for a lifetime of books, you could have basically any book that you wanted, anytime that you wanted, and it would be free. And you would have just, a massive collection of all these books to read versus, being gifted a lifetime, meaning you don't have a lifetime of time, meaning you do not have to work. You don't have to do anything else with your time except read when and if you please. So it's curious to see. I realized the way that was worded is kind of confusing. I actually got that off of a blog that somebody had done where they were like being asked bookish questions by people and they were answering. So I stole this one. I'll admit it. I did. Let's see. I got to go back and see where I was. Oh, yeah. Zach and Rob were teasing me because I forgot the MOON spells whatever in the stand. I do remember that now. I promise. What was funny is Keaton has not gotten into that part of the stand yet. And so he had absolutely no idea what you all were talking about. But he will get there because he's still, I think he's only like 400 pages in. So he's still got a long ways to go. Kirsten says, time to read them. I already own more books than I could ever get to, and I have a killer library 1 block away. Time is the one thing I am short on. Yeah, I agree. Time's the one thing that I feel like we all are very limited on, and we can get books in so many different ways now, and especially getting things for free. Going to the library is free. Roxanne says, easy, a lifetime to read books. The library already has a lifetime worth of books for me. Yeah, there you go. Alex says, a lifetime of time to read books for sure. I feel like you can read more books with this option. Yes, the character who does the MOON thing is Tom Cullen Laws. Yes. I can't believe I forgot him. But that was one of the things I wrote back to them. And for those of you who didn't read The Stand, I apologize. But the people that always stood out to me in my memory of The Stand were Stu and Franny. They were the ones I remembered the most. That and I'm forgetting his name, but it's the guy who like falls in love with Franny and he writes in second person and he's really weird and I hate him. Go Stu all the way. And Stina says, I was born with a lifetime worth of books. I'm guessing you mean a lifetime of time without any distractions from reading. Yes, absolutely. Roxanne says, I didn't have 84 books last year. Oh, dang, because life is too short to read books you're not enjoying. Good for you for being able to do that. I have such a hard time putting any book down. Zach says, I just checked. Keaton must not be there yet. MOON is in the stand. Yes, I remember that now. And Rob was teasing, saying I clearly had not read it. It was 6 years ago. Give me a break. Laws, yes. And let's see here. Oh, I was clarifying my question. Kat says, I want to be rewarded with a lifetime of time to read my books. I have enough to cover my lifetime. Time to read. Melissa says, I feel like I want to take a nap. You are welcome to. Depending on where you are, though, you might just sleep through the night, depending on what time it is. Zach says, I'll go with a lifetime supply of books as long as it's a continuing thing and is at the mercy of my whims. I am the person who's reading The Pining Paradox because I like the haircut of a character. Yes, that could absolutely be in your rules. Rob says, lifetime worth of books. Tsundoku rules, yes. And Halko's here. Hi, Halko. Halko says, hi, everyone. I'm currently reading Ghost Radio. Enjoying it so far. I have never heard of Ghost Radio, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. He said, a lifetime of time. Jamie agrees, a lifetime of time. Angela says, I'd rather have many lifetimes of time to read books. So many books, so little time. Let's see. And Liz says, as a collector of books cover art, I'll take the lifetime of books. Have the most beautiful library. All that you could hope for. Jamie says, technically, any length of time is a lifetime. Oh, yes, that is true. But if this option means I could focus on books and not have to worry about food and shelter, I'll take the lifetime of reading and acquire my own books. Yes, that's exactly what that meant. Jamie says, had a late lunch, early dinner, and finished chapter 8 of Murder at the Vicarage. Great. Alex says, I got over halfway through what I was editing in that sprint. I need a snack now, though. Hungry, hungry work. Yeah, I find that working on something and like really having to focus and use my brain makes me hungry too. Carmen says, I'm almost finished with the Fellowship of the Ring. 6 more pages. Yay! And Jamie says, Tom Cullen is one of my favorite characters in The Stand. That hurt my heart, Alex. I'm sorry, Jamie. I'm sorry. There are a lot of characters in The Stand. And Jamie says, so close, Carmen. Rob says, Harold something was the guy in love with Franny, right? Yeah, Harold. Harold. I hate Harold. And of course, who could forget Randall Flagg? That will be a name that I remember forever. And I freaked out when he got mentioned in The Dark Tower. I was like, oh my God, Randall Flagg. That's great. Kat says, hey, Halko. And Alex says, Carmen, are you enjoying it? And Kat says, way to go, Carmen. Zach says, I need a much larger selection than any library can contain. I dig in very strange corners. No, I love it. That's why the question is theirs, because some people are going to pick time, some people will pick the books. Oh, well, Jamie, now I feel bad. I feel so bad that I forgot about Tom Cullen. But you know what? Now that I have been reminded of him, I will never forget him again. And that's true. And Halko says, hi, Kat. Awesome sauce. Well, we are doing really well on time. Got 2 more sprints that we're going to do tonight, another 45 and 130. I'm at a good point right now in the book. I still want to continue reading. So we're gonna see how far I can get. I might take the last sprint tonight to work on my book journal, just because it's been a lot of fun to work on. And I got my book covers printed off because I always do a spread of book covers. So that's the one of the main 2 things that I have left to do is the book cover section and then my genre breakdown section in the journal. And then it will be done. Woohoo! And the last or second to last question that I'm going to do, as always, is what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? It doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else but you. That's the important part. I'll probably find it interesting even if I have no idea what you're talking about, just because I like learning new things. So let me know whatever it is, and just know that you might put something in the chat that I can't pronounce, and everybody can have a good laugh about that, because there's so many things I can't pronounce. Jamie laughing at me. Corin says, I'm loving it, Alex. Good. Alrighty. You all have your next 45 minutes. You got your next question. And I will see you all soon. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did make it into book 2 of The Wastelands, and I'm on page 222. So I've made really, really good progress tonight. And for the last 30 minutes of the sprint tonight, I'm going to be working on my book journal. I already started cutting out like the little book covers, so looking forward to figuring out how I'm going to arrange those this year. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? And Stina says, I learned about the ladder of inference. And I know I ended up asking in a later comment, what is that? And Melissa says, a lifetime to read books, off to get some dinner. Hopefully it's a good dinner. Angela says, before diving into Theo of Golden, I discovered Alan Levi is also an attorney, a former judge, and a singer-songwriter. I downloaded some of his music. What kind of music does he do, Angela? Is it like country? Is it folk? Stina says, it's a mental model of how we process information and make decisions to act. It can be used as a tool to explore cognitive biases. Oh, cool. Kirsten says, I learned that general strikes are happening on Tuesday, January 20th through Friday, January 23rd, so I won't be working those days nor spending money unless it's cash at the thrift store or cash at small local stores. Okay, awesome. I like the idea of shopping locally. That's great. Jamie says, I learned that scientific DNA evidence confirms the Blackfeet Nation had inhabited their ancestral land for over 18,000 years. Wow. That's a long time for one group of people. That's amazing. And Zach says, I learned that there's a new Whopper from Burger King with a fried egg hollandaise sauce and hash browns, but it's not available in my region, so I'm having an alternate steakhouse Whopper for dinner. I have definitely not heard about a Whopper with hollandaise. Not a fan of hollandaise sauce myself. Swank says, capybaras are the largest rodent. Yes, they are. They can hold their breath for 5 minutes, and they eat their own poop to aid their digestion. I did not know those last 2 facts. Especially gross about the last one. Shame on you, Frank. Shame. And Stina says, just started Paradise by Laura Maria Kinsabella. Kinsabella? Awesome. And Jamie said, thanks for sprints, Alex. I have to hop off now, meeting a friend for a movie, seeing The Bone Temple. Dang it, I missed wishing her a farewell. Hopefully she has a great weekend. And Molly's here. Hi, Molly. Molly says, good evening. Good evening to you. And Rob says, my new favorite word is kuchisabishi, when you eat not because you're physically hungry, but because your mouth feels lonely. I have heard that before, but I didn't know that there was a word for it. So I love that Japanese word, I figured. Rob says, hello to Molly. Jamie says, I got to 64% in The New Republic by Lionel Shriver. Not nearly as engaging as we need to talk about Kevin, but maybe it is getting better. Hopefully so. 64% is a long way to get in to hoping it gets better. And Alex says, in the final quarter of editing. Yay. Carmen says, I finished my book and working on my journal. Sweet. Me too. And Nicole says, missed most of the sprint so I could get ice cream with the son. Awesome. I hope your son is doing well. And I hope you had delicious ice cream. What flavor did you get? And Jamie says, I learned this week that there is a Michael Jackson musical. I did not know that, but I did know that there is a 3D hologram Michael Jackson pachinko machine, which is pretty cool if you want to look that up. And Angela says, jazz, opera, and music of his time, Woodstock, CSNY, Neil Young, etc. Okay, that's a wide variety from like jazz to opera and Woodstock. So very interesting. My fun fact of the week is I learned on ranches where they breed horses that they will actually sew what's called a foal alert into a mom that is getting ready to have her baby. And it basically it creates an alarm when the baby starts coming out to tell the people who work at the farm, like, hey, there's a baby going on. And then they can run out and they can help the mom. And I personally think that sounds awful because they have to be shot in their most sensitive bits with lidocaine and then have that sewn in, and then obviously it's removed after they have the baby. But don't look it up if you are squeamish about anatomy stuff. That's the only thing I can say. But it is an interesting tool. And Nicole says, I got chocolate ice cream with peanut butter cups. Ooh, that sounds good. Jamie says, guinea pigs also eat their own poop. Capybaras and piggies excrete partially digested food, re-ingest the food, etc., like the double stomach of cows, but with one stomach. Oh, okay. Difference, I guess, is that cows like regurgitate to chew on cud, right? So instead, capybaras, it goes through the whole system first. Nicole says, son is doing well. He's home for an extra month before going to South Korea for a study abroad. That sounds really cool. I hope he has a great time. You said we're on that episode of Clarkson's Farm too. Rather, just watched it. I don't know what Clarkson's Farm is. What is Clarkson's Farm? Hold on. Clarkson's Farm. Oh, it's a TV series. Okay, that looks interesting. I'll have to check that out. I do like learning about farms and farmers. They have very hard jobs that are not paid nearly enough for the work that they do. And you said, oh, I thought that's what you're talking about. No, I follow this lady that they run a horse ranch. And so her updates are always about their mares and like which ones are pregnant and how far along they are and, what the process is for them and things like that. It's quite interesting. They have a great passion for these horses. And you said they just had an episode using the baby alert timer thingy, a full alert. You said it was cows. Oh, okay. So maybe they have the same device that they call like a calf alert, probably. And Angela says, I finished setting up my journal earlier today. It was so fun. I have 13 pages left of my book. It's a letter written by Theo, my heart. Oh, I'm glad that you really enjoyed it. That makes me happy for you, Angela. And Zach says, Jeremy Clarkson used to host Top Gear in England. Oh, it's that guy. Okay, I do know about Top Gear. I have a friend who is a huge fan of that show. So, good to know. I'll have to check that out. Nicole, thanks for the tidbit. I'm trying to think. There was a vet show. Was it like Dr. Pol that I used to watch with my mama many, many years ago? And they used to handle, all sorts of animals, from like farm animals to pets to like exotic pets. And that was a interesting show. It was hard for me to watch sometimes though, because like sometimes things are really sad, but they're just like trying to show real life. But the thing that I liked about them is that it was always about the animal. They cared about the welfare of the animal and they were very professional about it. So Dr. Pol was pretty cool. I hope they haven't had any sort of scandal. I have to say that when I haven't seen something for years. It's like, please just have been good. That's all I ask. Please just be good. Ugh. Alrighty, I am going to get our timer changed over to 30 minutes for this last one. Got out my glue and my scissors and all my decoration stuff, so I should be ready to go. And if I can get this spread done in the next 30 minutes, which might be kind of hard because I always take my time on them, but if I can, I will be happy to show it to you all. And because it's the last sprint of the evening, I'm going to ask you all the question I ask every week, which is, what is one thing you accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It can be big, can be small, can be something you did 5 minutes ago or something you did immediately after the last time we saw each other. But either way, I want to hear it because it's important to reflect on positive things that have happened in your life. And Zach says, Clarkson is the one that rewind Top Gear for flipping out at an intern for not having a hot lunch. Oh, so he was kind of an asshole to work with. That's unfortunate. Kat says, "We watched Dr. Pol with my mother-in-law when we'd had dinner at her house on Fridays. Good times." Yeah, they were a really cool family. I liked them a lot. I haven't watched it in years. I doubt that they make that show anymore. I'd be surprised because I mean, he was already at retirement age, I think, at the time that they were filming it years ago. Dex says, "Ruined Top Gear. That incident got the show canceled." Oh, dang. That really sucks. And then he got his own show. The heck and heck is up with that? Well, I'm going to dive in here. So let me know one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of. We're going to be wrapping up really close to the 5-hour mark. So we're pretty much like right on time tonight, which is great. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did get my one spread for my book pages, my book covers done. I don't like it as much as the one from last year because the one from last year just like had way more covers and I feel like it, looked better just because it was fuller, you know, but I can't help it. That's, I read fewer books last year, so this will just have to do. But I've got a lot of my other spreads and pages done that I'm happy about. I did keep holding it over too far to the left, my left. But I got my book ratings in here. I've got my breakdown of like what my favorite book ended up being compared to like when I had to put them head to head. I've got my calendars in here with the dates circled of which days I finished books on. I've got books by author gender, and then these are the names of all the individual authors that I read from this year. This is going to be the spread for my genre breakdown, so that's the last thing that I have to do. My total pages read, my graph that has my books read and pages read by month, my longest and shortest book total, my age of the books that I read in, so whether it was middle grade, young adult, or adult, and then my format that I read them in. And then my last page of my spread is always pages, average number of pages per book, average number of pages read per day, reading by the decade. So which decades I had the most books read from, which last year was from the 2020s. And then this is books that I read that fell into a particular page count. So the majority of books that I read fell between 201 and 399 pages. So I've been pretty happy with it. Last one was the goal. I do a goal breakdown of how many I wanted to read. And I did exceed my goal for last year because I just could tell that it was going to be less and my goal was 26. So I read 27. And of course I do an intro page and then that's from last year. So I am happy with the way that it turned out. Every time I have to do new layouts, I always stress about the way that they look. I do want to do my genre breakdown one a little bit different than I did last year because I just wasn't happy with the way that it looked last year. So that's why I have waited to do that one last. I'll figure it out, but I just want it to look nice. But anyway, I'm going to go back and see what you all had to say. Anne says, waiting to see how much snow happens tonight. Hopefully not that much, Anne. Zach says, I'm proud I got to share gifts with friends, your book and Kat's birthday presents. Yeah, thank you very much, Zach. It was super fun. And Kat told me that she thought it was really sweet that you got her gifts too. And Jamie said, I took the first steps to open my own used bookstore, went out to scout locations with a friend who really knows about real estate. With luck, I hope to be in my own bookstore by this time next year. Yeah, that's so cool. I wanted to ask you how that was going, Jamie, but I know like starting up a business and running a business and everything, it's usually something that can take a bit of time to figure everything out and like coming up with a business plan and if you need to get like funding from a bank and things like that. So wishing you the best. I hope it goes smooth. Stina says, I'm proud that I leveled up my resilience score from limited to adequate. Good. That's wonderful. Kirsten says, proud of accomplishing a pretty big bookshelf reorganization project. Very nice. That does take a lot of work. Rob says, Alex, over your right shoulder next to Sir Francis, who is the Abe Sapien insect-looking dude in the pic? Fun fact, Rob, that is Abe Sapien. So many years ago, it was probably almost a decade at this point, my friend Brian and I ended up going into a comic book store where an independent comic artist was sitting, and he would just take requests. You give him $20 and he would draw whatever character you wanted. And this was his rendition of Abe Sapien, and I have kept it all these years. And I do believe, yeah, it's signed. You can't see it, but it's signed over on the shoulder. And I still really like it because, it's something unique that only I have a print of, and that makes me happy. And Melissa says, dinner took longer than I expected as I cleared out the dishwasher and talked with my mom. Well, I hope you had a good dinner and a good chat with your mom. Zach says, the hair I liked on the cover of my book is actually mentioned quite a bit. It was just referred to as Haley's signature ponytail. I love when arbitrary things pay off. That's awesome. Nicole says, thanks for the sprints. Thanks for coming, Nicole. Hope you have a good evening. Anne says, my eyes are saying enough about the snow. Stina says, Jamie, that's so exciting. And it is. Alex says, finished my editing. Good job. Your book spread is very cute. Thank you. Rob says, journal. That looks really cool. Thank you. I really love the Olive and Archer books. I saw a different booktuber had used them for her own book journal, and I was like, oh dang, I gotta buy one of those, and I am so glad that I did. I don't think I have ever spent, I think it was like $30. I don't think I've ever spent $30 on a journal before for something like this, but it was worth every penny. 100%. Stina says, I got to 74% in Paradise. It's a play, so only about 2 hours at normal speed. That is short, but sounds cool. And Kat says, very nice, Alex. Thank you. Stina says, so cool. Thank you. And Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy weekend, friends. And to you as well, Kat. I'm sure I'll be texting you as things happen in the book. And Carmen says, your journal looks great, Alex. Thank you. Alex says, very jelly of that journal. It looks so good. Thanks. You have to pick, I would say if anybody wants to do their own journal, I 100% encourage you to do so. If you want to take inspiration from things that I've done, I encourage you to do that as well. Pick a theme that you think is really fun and unique and something that other people haven't done. I personally have found that really rewarding because I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that there is nobody else's journal that looks like mine. And there's something about that that just feels really good. Angela says, nice job on your journal, Alex. You should be very proud. Thank you. Zach says, it got to page 66 in the Pining Paradox, though I didn't realize it was 433 pages, which is a bit much for a holiday romance. That is a long holiday romance. You said, my dog just tried to kill a 1.75 liter bottle of whiskey. Oh, no. No. Angela says, I finished Theo of Golden. I don't know what to do with it now. Perhaps enshrine it in gold. Wow. Just wow. Oh. You could maybe get like a, you could do something where you could make spray painted edges. You can do that yourself, do a custom job. That could be kind of cool. Stina says, thank you for the sprints of the chat. Hope you all have a great week. I hope you do as well. I hope that everybody has just the best time coming up. You know, another great week to look forward to. The thing that Keaton and I say to each other every day is, you know, tomorrow is another day together. Next week is another day for us all to be together because I do intend to be here as much as possible. So, yeah. I never know. Every week I like get ready to go into work again on Monday. I always kind of lead in with this anxiety of just like never knowing what's to come. But I always also recognize that once I'm in the week, everything feels so much easier. And I'm trying to hold on to that feeling of like, yeah, I can enjoy the weekend, but I don't have to look at next week as being, you know, something to be anxious about. That's something I'm working on. Karma says, thank you so much for sprints, Alex. Have a great weekend, everyone. Yes, you too. Thank you. And Kirsten says, thank you for sprints. Thank you for coming. Rob says, thanks for sprints. Reese's Pieces Capybara. Yes, everybody shall see Sir Francis next week. And I have not determined yet whether he shall be wearing his ceremonial bread. So you will be finding out at that time. All righty, everybody. Good night. I'll see you next time.